Swo Council Arena that we are calling home for these next 3 days. We are on the second day, so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our grand entry song. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are able, 850 dancers will be coming into our arena. We welcome you. Welcome to a beautiful day. Oh, our host drum, back to the ring.
Render a nation-good song for each and every one of us. As we stand, as we honor our veterans, as we stand and we honor this legacy, this great tradition, this great pride. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to the flag song at this time. All nations, open up.
Called meeting to order.
Here. Winfield Rondell Jr. Here. Milton Owen. Here. Cheryl Owen.
Here.
Lisa Jackson. Here. Louis Johnson.
Here.
Francis Crawford.
Here.
Tribal Secretary. Here. Tribal Vice Chairman. Here. Tribal Chairman.
Here. Thank you. Opening for Lake Traverse District. Alrighty, get into approval of the minutes. Start with June 1st, 2020. Long Hollow.
Mr. Chairman, on June 5th, motion number...
Oh, we're on the first.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we didn't... Second.
Motion by Greep, second by Long Hollow, question by Enemy Swim.
Winfield Rondell Jr.
Yes.
Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen. Lisa Jackson. Louis Johnson. Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. June 5th, Long Hollow.
Yeah, motion number 14. Did we ever get a plan on what we're going to do with them?
Not that I know of. I don't know if Lake Traverse, you heard anything? A rumor was housing didn't want them at the trailer court.
No, as far as I know, there's plans for some forecasting there. I don't know. That's as far as I know.
And as far as like tribal land, Jerry Eastman had said that they're looking into potential sites for development, but you know, that's gonna take infrastructure and it's not gonna be an overnight process, so right now we don't have a place to put them. That was the plan, I believe, for, or anybody who contracted COVID and didn't have a place to go, if they needed to quarantine and isolate. Yes. Yep, that. Any other questions for June 5th? Madam Secretary, no? That was before me. Okay, if that's one we're thinking of, that's the one that, with, they got, was it a $300,000 grant for COVID testing? And the plan was to partner with IHS to do mobile testing, go out to the districts. And I believe that's the one, but we'll double check that. Yep. Motion approved by Madam Secretary. Second by Inmate Swim. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Tribal Secretary? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.? Milton Owen? Cheryl Owen? Lisa Jackson?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Francis Crawford? Tribal Vice Chairman? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. June 8th. Tribal Council, on the second note, I got a call from Shannon White requesting that advocate be taken off there. She said she was not his advocate. Donovan called and said the same thing, that she was not his legal representation. So that part is not on the tape. That discussion happened before the meeting was called to order. Madam Secretary?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, Council, before we got started, I reminded Shannon and Donovan that it was a closed hearing, and I asked Donovan if he said that, is this your legal advocate? And he said yes, and she didn't say anything. So if it comes to a vote, I'm not okay with it.
Just wanted to make council aware of the request. Just wanted to bring it to council's attention. Any other questions on June 8th?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Long Hollow. Second by Madam Secretary. Question by Old Agency.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.? Milton Owen? Cheryl Owen? Lisa Jackson?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Francis Crawford? Tribal Vice Chairman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. June 10th. Motion by Madam Secretary. Second by Old Agency.
Question?
Question by Alderman Holly.
Tribal Secretary? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.?
Yes.
Milton Owen? Cheryl Owen? Lisa Jackson?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Francis Crawford? Tribal Vice Chairman? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. June 17th. Motion by Lake Travers. Second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Old Agency.
Francis Crawford? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.? Milton Owen? Cheryl Owen? Lisa Jackson?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Tribal Vice Chairman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. And June 24th. Lake Travers? Yeah. We'll get the proper, we'll ask for the front page of the contract. It's probably called like an employment services contract, but we'll get that. Motion by Lake Travers. Second by Enemy Swim.
Question?
Question by Bikuly.
Francis Crawford? Curtis Bissonette? Winfield Rondell Jr.? Milton Owen? Cheryl Owen? Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Okay, executive resolution, start with 2001. If you guys remember, this one kind of had to be rushed through just for health reasons. That's why I went through the executive committee. Yes. Motion by Gepa, second by Lake Travers. Oh, no, it wouldn't be, it's still, it's just, for whatever reason, they can present it till now. I mean, it's just a formality.
Question.
Question by Bikuli. Yeah, it's already been done and processed.
Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Francis Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. And exec resolution 2007, it's authorizing the submission of the broadband grant.
Second.
Motion by Gepa, second by Bikuli, question by Enemy Swim.
Winfield Rondell Jr. Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Francis Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. That one quick. Okay, tribal council, I guess chairman's office managers don't really submit monthly reports, so I didn't have much to put together, so. But in front of you, we handed out a few items I'm requesting approval on. The first one, if we can start with this transfer between the United States of America and System Wap and Oyate. This is for LTUC. When a project is completed, that goes through IHS, you know, they do the project, LTUC does the work, and then once the project is done, they turn the project over to the tribe, and we have ownership. So I believe, she said this one was for, I believe it was Red Iron. So we just need to approve this and then authorize chairman's signature, and then we will own the equipment well with this project. Motion by Bikuli. Second by Madam Secretary. Question by old agency.
Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Francis Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Winfield Rondell Jr. Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Next one is a letter of intent. This was a letter of intent with, it was HKG to build the COVID medical treatment facility. And this is one we approved in executive committee, but I wanted to bring to tribal council for full approval.
You have a problem with that name? Sounds like we shouldn't use medical. Can we call it isolation facility or? COVID-19 isolation facility. But I think we're having problems with that, using the medical term.
The letter.
To response for 40.
You want to maybe table this till tomorrow then? I can find out to see if it need, because I believe we labeled it as medical treatment in the resolution too, so.
You might need to change that.
Okay, we'll we'll look into this. Okay, then the next one, I got a request from former Chairman Bruce Renville. This was presented to council last year. It was presented, motion number 76, and it died for lack of second. Basically, Mr. Renville is requesting his final salary for the week of, for that 2-week period, and cell phone usage and attorney's fees. Total request $10,550. Like I said, this was presented in July 10th of last year, motion number 76, and it died for lack of second. Told him I would make a presentation and let council be aware of the request.
Did it leave any?
Okay, if there's no action on that, I'd like to make a request going to executive session to discuss a legal matter. Oh, go ahead. That's what he's requesting, yep. No. It could. I don't know. I guess that's up to Bruce if he keeps presenting it. I don't know. I'd have to look. Refer to legal? Is that what? Okay, we'll refer to legal. Okay, we'll do that. Then council, I have a matter for executive session, a legal issue. We could go into executive session. Motion by Gepa, second by Old Agency. Question by Bakuli.
Winfield Rondell Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Yes. Cheryl Owen. Yes. Lisa Jackson. Yes. Louis Johnson. Yes. Francis Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bissonette. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman. Yes. Tribal Secretary. Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Coming into our arena. Welcome to a beautiful day. Oh, our host crowd, back to the ring.
song for each and every one of us. As we stand, as we honor our veterans, as we stand and we honor this legacy, this great tradition, this great pride. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to the flag song at this time. All nations, Oklahoma. traditional, we're set to go. Dakota Hook time, we're turning over to you. Tell your story, gentlemen. This is your time. Set up final go around. Good luck.
Oh,
travel coming your way. Dancers, Whitetail Boys, we turn it over to you. Let's get them dancing. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Here we go. Singing judge is going to come and see us. In the meantime, we're back to song number 2, Northern Wind. We're ready to go. Up to the sky. contests on the floor. Bat Nation, let's get them dancing. Semi-final contest go on. Good luck, ladies. Hook ya. Set to go. Little Thunder, take it away. Contest time.
Then I'd like to make a motion to that. Oh.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.
Yes.
Milton Owen.
Yes.
Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Bakuli?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on our utility assistance that we be presented with a budget, identifying our administrative costs, salary, our staffing levels, and what they're responsible for, that we have oversight, someone who's identified to oversee the program, and somebody who is identified to ensure compliance. And that this budget also include the on and off amounts, on and off reservation amount. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Bakuli,
A second.
second by Inemy Swim. Question by Gepa.
What grant was this for? What is this for?
That'll be for the utility assistance from the CARES Fund.
Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Francis Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Winfield Rondell Jr., Milton Owen, Cheryl Owen,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you. Lake Travers? Okay, motion by Lake Travers. Second by Madam Secretary. Question by Gepa.
Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Winfield Rondell Jr. Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you. Okay, Tribal Council, I asked Jerome to come in here to explain this, the proposal you guys got in front of you. It is for the HVAC system, heating, cooling for the building.
It's the maintenance contract for the building.
Can you sit by the microphone, please? Then hit the button so the green light's on, please.
Testing, testing. The light is on. Testing. It's for the maintenance contract for the building, for the heating and cooling. A contract was up in May, and we did have issues. 4th of July was here. One of the rooms got hot because those are new units up there, but they were full of cotton from all the cottonwood trees around here. And they couldn't come down because we didn't have a contract. So I asked you guys if we could get this contract approved today. He does come, and whenever he's called, he's here. I believe they do a very good job. It's a very expensive system we got here, and they've been with us since the start of it. So that's why I'm here asking for your approval with the contract. We had a little meeting with me and him in Berlin yesterday, and he explained to Berlin as well as me, so Berlin is aware of it.
And Tribal Council, just, as Jerome mentioned, we had issue over the weekend with one of those brand-new crack units we just installed. The intake sucked in all the cotton that's floating around from the cottonwood trees, and it caused it to overheat.
If we would have had the contract signed and in place, that wouldn't have happened. He would have cleaned them before it happened. And then, in the chairman's office, there was a noise with the fan, and he fixed that. I mean, that's his job, so.
So, yeah, Council, I don't know if you noticed, I think you could hear it in yours. It was in the Secretary's office. It sounded like static.
Yeah, you should be able to hear him in all of them, he said.
One of those belts was going out.
So that's why I'm here, Council, asking if you will
And
support my request.
Bakuli?
With that alarm that goes on in the entryways, is that this?
What company does those?
That's a different one. That's Banco. We can reset it ourselves. We can reset that ourselves. But it will go off when the other one goes off, so.
It's on page 4. It's gonna increase throughout the 5 years. I asked him specifically why, and he said just operational costs. Their costs increase. We'd be year 1. We'd be starting a new agreement. No, if we approve this, because we had to have him come down yesterday, and he took care of those. But if we approve this today, that visit can be tied into this, so we won't have to pay a separate bill for that one day, because technically we don't have a contract with them.
Yeah, that would be nice. It will start in July now.
Funding.
Contract will start in July.
Funding source will be Jerome's budget. Madam Secretary?
So we're approving year one today. So are we going to have to, I mean, it says a 5-year.
Yeah, I think,
So we're going to be approving this annual increase?
I believe it's every year we come in with a request to approve it. I believe it's done yearly. Francis, do you remember? Do you remember? This is done yearly.
It
Not the
looks like
5-year
we're
plan,
approving a
is it?
5-year contract.
Council shot it down because they felt that the building manager should have been able to take care of these issues. That was previous to you. So I know it was shot down, but then it came in front of the council after that. I think 15, 16, or whatever, and that's when it was approved.
Is it approved annually or?
As far as I know, it is approved the contract.
It,
Oh, no, for sure. We actually talked about that too. The one that was previously approved went through legal, and this has the same language. If you look on page 18, it talks about the addendum where it has, you know, all, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, they do take care of that one too, but it's not with us.
But page 18 has our standard language. But no, but we will run it through legal for sure, though. Madam Secretary?
do they have their tribal business license?
I believe they do, yes.
It's not attached.
I would hope so. They've been here for a long time.
Madam Secretary, on page 20, item number 14, it says they have to have that.
5 years, I think, before me, but I think it's been 5 or 6 years, 15. That's when the first one was done. I have the old one too. I probably should have passed it out as well. But we need to get this approved, I hope. So this guy will continue to come and do our maintenance. It's kind of hard to go get somebody else who doesn't know what's going on and have these guys been here with this whole thing so far. You know, you can't just go hire anybody and expect them to know what's going on. Excuse me, Curtis?
I realize cost of living goes up, but they're going up at least what, $1,000 every year, a little over, like $1,100 a year. Is this going to, after this 5-year agreement is approved, when we get to the 5 years, is it just going to keep going up and up and up, or?
I guess I'm not really sure, but it would be a good question, because I'll tell you what, Council, Mr. Chairman, we have invited him here to visit with Council on that boiler unit, so that would be a good time for all these questions to come up. Is that all right, Myrna?
Jerome, do you remember what the boiler unit was estimated at?
Today's was $400,000,
Yeah,
at least.
I asked him, because he was starting to go off on that spiel, but I told him, just wait, get a round table with council so he can explain the purpose, and then, because that's a huge chunk of money. If council decides to go that route, I don't even know if you can afford it at this point in time, but at least you'll be aware of it. Well, it's supposed to help with the heating and cooling, correct?
Yeah, it'll be mostly heating in the wintertime. It sounds like what was put in here is not for here, and Francis is aware of that. A lot of this stuff, it wasn't put in for this area. was put in for down south, Sioux Falls down that way, where it doesn't get as cold. I realize that probably doesn't bother some of you, but it does bother some of the elders and, that work here and stuff, so, yeah, that would be the main issue. Plus, I have discussed with Verlin the opening and closing of these doors. This building was built for all the doors to be closed in these hallways and these offices so these rooms can be handled. They can't handle it the way it is. We've got people going in and out the outside door when it's 100 degrees out. All that heat comes in there and the people are complaining it's hot. Use your main doors because they got 2 doors. You come in one, there's a little opening, then another door. You don't get all that heat in here. Another thing that's bothering us this time, COVID, the big garage doors are open for so darn long. What are you going to do about it? We're bringing food in and out of there. The other day it was so darn humid you could feel it in here. That's because of them doors are open. Big garage doors. Nothing we can do about it. I realize we are here to try to help the people. So yes, we got to get by, I guess, with the best we can. I know there is grants out there that they can write for these boilers. I was hoping Mr. Mike Roberts would be looking into them grants to get some money for these boilers. There is some out there.
Tribal Council, any questions on the request?
I'm just wondering why, Code of Magic's in here.
I suppose it's just the type of, do they do work with the Code of Magic too?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so it's probably just an oversight.
You can hopefully approve it without, tell them you're with them pages out, so it's in the minutes.
Well, it'll go to legal anyway, so they can
Or
strike
he'll take it out.
language that doesn't fit.
But I enjoy working with this little guy that comes here. He's here. When I call him, he answers the phone anytime. He is now hooked into the system, in his computer system now. He can find out what's wrong from home. And his office, where he comes out of is Wapaton. The headquarters is in Fargo. And if I call him, he'll come down. That's more than I can say for a lot of them, people.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to approve this contract pending legal review.
Motion by Bakuli. Yeah, so that'll be part of the legal review. Second by Chaipa. Question by Anyway Swim. And Lindsay, included in there that this will be funded through building,
Maintenance.
what's your budget? Are you building maintenance?
Yes.
Okay.
But we did work for child, what is over there? Head Start, not Head Start, the other one.
Daycare?
Daycare, and we need to be reimbursed for that money. That was a directive of the previous chairman. So I'm gonna have him look into it and see what we put into it. Because that's where he hired Mr. White or Wana to do the flooring and stuff. And it was rejected and it had to go back. Some of it had to be done again. Do you recall that, Franny? Oh, yeah, you do. But yeah.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Francis Crawford? Curtis Bissonette? Winfield Rondell Jr.? Milton Owen? Cheryl Owen? Tribal Vice Chairman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank guys.
Okay. Thank you, Jerome. Okay, Tribal Council, that's all I have. Any questions for me? No, any questions for me? Motion by Vice Chairman, second by Long Hollow, question by Kharipa.
Yes.
Bissonnette? Winfield Rondell Jr.? Milton Owen? Cheryl Owen? Lisa Jackson? Louis Johnson? Francis Crawford? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Tribal Vice Chairman?
Hello, everybody. I don't really have much either. All I handed out the check register. I can't remember if I gave you guys May's or not. No? I'll have that sent to you guys. An hour from the hour?
Council, any questions for Mr. Vice Chairman?
From what Jim reported, yeah.
Lake Travers? Oh, I'm sorry, Long Hollow?
No, remember we made that motion? When was that? I think the previous chairman was still here, where Jim asked for extra funds.
Kind of. I can, break, I'll see what I can find.
No, these, there was for the district ones, but I think there was something where I can't remember what it was, but I know there was a motion to do it.
Well, actually, Curtis, 11:20, Jim Pearson's supposed to be here, you can ask him. So. Lake Travers? That property management is actually under the vice chairman. Madam Secretary?
I just had a question on the payment to Sutton Law Offices. It's for Mindy Werder, the public defender. So we're actually paying the law office where she came from and not her individually?
I'm sorry, Lake Travers? Is there a separate mileage on here, Francis? Yeah, right above. I assume that's a typo. But you can check into that. Council, any other questions for the Vice Chairman?
once this is done, or not done, but once Mandaree Enterprises gets back to us, they are, gonna be bringing us, I can't remember if it's 40,000 or 40 boxes or pounds, I can't remember, of meat. We won't have to start, we can end purchasing this stuff and just start handing all that out. So hopefully that's sooner than later, so we can have some of that money back into the CARES Act.
Long Hollow?
Mr. Vice Chairman, after week 13, then we decide if we can continue or discontinue. The reason why I'm asking is that we put it on hold until the fall to see what.
I think we can. I think we can, because I think we're, as Big Cooley said last time with the hamburger, I sort of went with, if we can just hold off a little bit, because I know we're having another spike in cases and stuff. So hopefully after week 13, we start going with just the nonprofit stuff that we'll be getting with Mandaree Enterprises and the produce that planning brought in.
Before I forget, just for those who are listening, there is COVID testing going on now. It started at 10. It's going on from 10 to noon at Old Agency District Center. And then tomorrow it'll be at 9 to 11 a.m. at IHS. So just want that out there so everybody knows they have a chance to get tested either today or tomorrow. Any other questions for Vice Chairman? Motion to approve? Okay, motion by Bicouli to approve Vice Chairman report. Second by Old Agency. Question by Madam Secretary.
Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Francis Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Winfield Rondell Jr., Milton Owen, Cheryl Owen, Tribal Vice Chairman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Okay, Council, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for Madam Secretary's report.
These next 3 days, we are on the second day, so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our grand entry song. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are able, 850 dancers will be coming into our arena. We welcome you. Welcome to a beautiful day. Oh, our host drum, back to the ring.
for each and every one of us. As we stand, as we honor our veterans, as we stand and we honor this legacy, this great tradition, this great pride. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to the pledge song at this time. All nations, open up.
we'll come back into session and transition to Madam Secretary's report.
Good morning. Feels good to be back on track to the regular tribal council meetings. And my report is being printed right now, so when it's done printing, my full report, she'll bring it in. But meanwhile, I handed out a child care provider's needed information. So if there's a relatives taking care of employees' children while they're at work, they may be able to get paid through the Child Care Assistance Program through the 477 Employment Training Service Center, AKA TANF, ET Demo, that program. So there's a number on here you can call Devon at 698-8400, and they can mail out an application, for a relative provider application to you. So if you're caring for your relatives' children while they're at work, then there's a way that you can get paid for that. Yes, Francis. No, because of the COVID, that has been waived. And also, I handed out the July 2020 Sistan Waptanoyate Child Protection Program on-call schedule, so you'll have it at your disposal if needed. And the phone numbers are listed on there. And that's all I have to present at this time until my report gets here. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions, Tribal Council? Is there a motion to approve Tribal Secretary's report? Motion by Bakuli, second by Enemy Swim. Question by Long Hollow.
Yes.
Johnson? Francis Crawford? Curtis Bissonette? Winfield Rondell Jr.? Milton Owen? Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Emergency Management, oh, I'm sorry, Long Hollow.
Mr. Chairman, before he goes on, will tomorrow work for a walkthrough at that house, or next Wednesday be better for you guys?
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday? Okay.
Chairman, thank you. Council, thank you for letting me be here. Got a couple items we'd like to bring to your attention that need a motion. The first one is we still have some funding within the 2018 Tribal Homeland Security Grant for generators. I emailed all of you quotes this morning that were received through procurement. One was from 3E, the other one was from Mayo Electric. And looking at the quotes, the Mayo Electric one is about, I don't have the exact number, about $8,000 to $9,000 cheaper, plus they're willing to do the install, which is what we asked for in the quote. Does anybody have that in front of them, the email that I sent? The total amount is...
Hang on, Jim. Tribal Council, I was asking if we can hold off on this. I don't know what happened, but somehow our tribal member electrician, who's Darrow certified, didn't get invited to bid, so I asked procurement to send that to him to bid on the project. So let's just hang off on this one,
Okay.
and then once that gets in, then we can act on it. Bakuli?
You want to ask him about, since we're on the topic of generators, did you want to ask him your question?
So Jim, my question was, I saw Mayo Electric, and it was for the generator repair.
There was, but we did a budget modification to pay for some home fires that had happened, and then the council had approved another $50,000 after all of that had happened on the budget modification. So now to pay these other bills, we've asked to do a budget mod from that $50,000 to cover those last bills that were submitted, and for the 14 or 15 padlocks that will be on the outdoor shelters as well. Okay, thank you. So we'll hold off on the generators until, are we going to just go another week or two? It doesn't, we just need them within 30 days. Is all.
Yep, so I assume he can probably get it in within a week.
Oh, I would think he could.
I don't know, work with Lenny.
Great.
Yeah,
Great.
but I asked her to send that to him too.
Good. If I could, I'd like to bring up a couple other items that we've been working on. The partnership with Native Americans has an emergency management component. And with that, they asked what was one of our technology needs that we had. We were able to ask them to secure an additional computer that they purchased and donated if we can accept the grant. Along with that, it's called a track app that goes on your cell phone, that if we had an incident, a flooding incident, or like a mass testing that's going on over at Old Agency District right now, and we needed to credential the people, keep track of their hours for reimbursement, that phone app is what we can use to track that. And they were gracious enough to offer us that. The license on those is $100 a year. It's not significant, but with that phone app, we're able to save a considerable amount of time and be able to more effectively track people that are assisting with a disaster event or just needing to track hours from equipment for reimbursement ultimately with FEMA. So their donation, I'm not sure what oh, Dawn is in the room. I think that computer was probably $2,000. The phone track app was probably $200 because they budgeted it for 2 years. So 2 years from now, we would need to come back and ask for $100 per year to keep that phone track app operational. It's a great system. The state uses it all the time. Any meetings that we're going to with whatever it is, somebody's got this phone app, they credential, scan our card, and then we're in the system tracking those hours, and then we can print out a report and electronically send it to the reporting agency that we need to, or ultimately getting reimbursements. It's just a way for documentation.
Is that $100 per phone or?
No, per year.
Just per year total?
Yeah, yeah. And we'd only have one track app, or 2 track apps here, so it's $50 for each phone. So it'd be $100, and that'll be 2 years out. And they're not confident that they can't help us sustain that too if they want to. I mean, they're willing to help us out here in any way they can, so we're grateful for that. So I would ask for a motion that we would accept their offer of providing a computer. The computer will be used just for, like you're seeing it out here, to document workers as they come and our DARE employees. And it's just another way to track, to have a separate computer just designated just specifically for a disaster event.
You want the motion just to accept the computer?
I'd like to motion to accept both, the computer and the phone track app, which allows us for them to work together to document.
Don, do you have any issues with that? Are there any questions from IT?
I'm sorry, Don, I can't. It's in your department right now. Yeah, and I think they installed Office 10 or Windows 10 on there. Yeah.
Motion by Chaipa, second by Bekuli. Question by Enemy Swim to accept the computer and then the
phone track app is what.
Phone tracking app from who? Is that from
From
Homeland Security?
partnership with Native Americans, yes. That's
Okay.
within, yeah.
Partnership with Native Americans? Okay.
Right.
You got that, Lindsay? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Additionally, Partnership of Native Americans asked what we need and what are we doing with our ICS structure and how we're distributing the food that we're doing, and asked if we could accept a donation from them. Folks, it's already in the rotunda. They sent us 51,000 pounds of food, and it's right outside the door here. Just make you aware that they did distribute that, and we sent a gracious note back to them and thanking them for the donation of food. Not wanting to take anything away from the crossing, we couldn't pass up the 51,000 pounds that they sent, and it was a very, very generous.
Jim, where are they out of? Is that
Rapid City.
Rapid City, okay.
Yep, yep. Joe Tyon is the gentleman that's the emergency management side of it. He requested from what we looked at and asked for, and was very helpful and instrumental in getting that here. I think we've met him before. He was here a couple of years ago with a guy named Raphael, can't remember his last name, but they helped get this program of emergency management coordination that we've done with them. Been very helpful and very supportive. So, questions of that?
Just in general, are we keeping track of the donations we get?
Chairman, and that's a really good point, because that was one of my things at the very end here is how we're tracking donated resources. Kylie in Property and Supply is doing just an amazing job of keeping track of all of that stuff. I go in there and I ask for and I think you've seen them at your doorstep, 100 masks for each council person here. She's tracking that. It's documented. I check it out. I sign my name in blood, and it gets distributed to me, to hand out. So she's just excellent at what she's doing, and she's to be a pat on the back for how well she's doing that. But donated resources are coming from all over. We're getting them from Washington State, from Florida, from you name it. And there's some stuff coming, I'll bet, from 19 different states from we can figure. So she's doing a great job tracking those, and even some individuals are sending stuff. There was a former teacher here, sent a lot of stuff that are for infants. So she's keeping track of that. I'll get into another grant that we have here, but we're trying to stockpile, for a better word, to make sure that when the second wave, whatever hits, that we're better prepared than we were just relying on what the hospitals had or what the state of South Dakota or North Dakota provided. So we're working at really stockpiling additional PPE.
Yeah, and my point was just we should, when this is said and done, or in the near future, just kind of get thank you letters out to all them, kind of from council.
And what we've done is we've sent out those to those that have already donated, and we continue to send those out weekly as they come. Some even get a phone call from me, thanking them for for the service they're providing. So their efforts aren't going unthanked. So the Health and Human Service grant for $299,000 that you guys approved a couple meetings ago. We do have $61,000 and some odd dollars within that to order PPE. I'm going to work with CHE to help see what their needs are and what they recommend that we order, from oximeters to face masks, face shields, gowns, whatever it would be. We're going to try and get a huge quantity of that stuff on supply and stocked at Property and Supply. I think they're going to run out of room soon. We're going to have to find another way or storage someplace to keep the donated resources. Initially, with the ICS structure, that's part of the thing that we look at is donated resources are just going to happen. And how do we document, how do we track those? And it's went very well. It's been very well. And again, obviously very much appreciated. Questions? Oh, and the other part of that Health and Human Service grant, there's $45,000 in that grant for buying testing kits and paying for the testing for the mass testings that we're doing. So there is funding within that we can spend at any time. It's ready to be drawn down. It was a great grant that Rob Flavin, you know that last name, he's the one that drafted the paperwork on that. We turned that around in about 4 days, so it was amazing the job that he did with that. My next item was the donated resources, so thank you, Chairman, for bringing that up. I hope I'm not taking up too much time, but I do want to bring up a couple more items. We had this morning a meeting at 9:30 with Shelley Ryder, who is the tribal liaison for Red Cross. We've been working without much success of getting some cots and blankets to help fill the needs at the district centers. We put in our request, and we think it was voted on approved today to get 350 cots, 350 comfort kits to be divided amongst the district centers and other areas that we would use for sheltering in the need of a power outage or whatever, just to have in reserve. So working with the Red Cross, they've been very helpful. They're called a VOAD. They're a volunteer organization that aids in a disaster, and been very, very good to work with too. So hopefully we'll have those coming within the next month or two. The Tribal Chairman's Health Board. We sit on a meeting with that, with the emergency managers. Sarah Dakota sits in on that most Fridays. And they're wanting to help us with some Wi-Fi that we could put at the district centers to help with distance learning, should that become a need. We can see a dual purpose with that, with those boosters, that we can do that with distance learning, but we can also probably increase our law enforcement's capability of getting service within those areas that aren't real good along the foothills, mostly Long Hollow, Veblen, probably Lake Traverse once in a while. But we can see a dual purpose with that, and once that decision comes down, if they're planning on doing that or not, we'll come back with a request to accept that grant as well. Honestly, I'm going to tell you, I feel like I'm overlooking something because there's been so much going on, so many grant opportunities, so many conference calls that are mandated, required because of the funding that we're getting. But if I've overlooked something, I'll send you guys an email and say I forgot about this grant or I forgot about this, and we'll get approval on that the next time we get on the agenda. Questions?
Jim, do you have an update on positive cases in Roberts County?
Yeah, I just looked at it. We're still at 52, 41 recovered, so 11 active right now. And again, they're doing the testing at Agency District Center right now. As they do these, we expect our numbers to go up, and I think that's good. And not good that it's going up, but I mean that we know who they are. We can do the containment, the self-isolation, and Christy Richards out at the infection control person is doing a great job of helping the state with the contact tracing.
Council, any questions? Enemy swim?
Thank you.
Jim, I'd like to know who, when somebody catches the COVID virus, I'm hearing a lot out there that when they're tested positive, in just a couple days, they're okay again. They're certified or whatever, okay to go back to work. Who monitors that, or how does that?
I wouldn't be aware that it happened that quickly, because if you're tested positive, the guidance says you should isolate for the 14 days. Unless they would retest and they got a false positive, that could have been what happened.
Yeah,
The other thing that I think we get is the other way. We get a false negative.
that's kind of creating a lot of confusion out there.
It is, yeah. And we're relying on the same testing that's been happening throughout the entire state, that the labs do that, and I think that happens everywhere. We're getting the false positives, the false negatives.
So
Somebody cannot have any symptoms and still test positive.
Do they get a letter saying
do.
they're okay to go back to work?
Oh, that I don't know. Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I think that's a good one that I can ask Christy and find out and see what that process is. If they think they've gotten a false positive, they go back in and retest, and that's negative, well, then did they get a false negative? So we prefer that they at least quarantine or self-isolate for those 14 days. And then the reason that the mass testing is staggered out over 30 days, if somebody was positive, had symptoms, did everything, if you would retest those people that were tested positive, the term they use is you're shedding the virus, that you would still show positive within that 30 days. And I don't think that that's a magic number, but I think it's preferable that they go out more than 30 days with that testing, and then the test then would be more accurate. So.
Jim, with IHS testing every Wednesday now, are we still planning the big mass testing on the 18th or the 17th?
I think that was a discussion I was hoping that Lisa, Daniel, was going to have with you or the Eddie or whoever to say, are we still going to go forward with it? That mass testing that they're doing, going to the district centers is really helpful. And I think they were planning initially on not closing down if we did that on the 19th? 18th.
I believe it was going to be the 18th.
Yeah, the 18th.
Somebody said that they talked about moving it to the 17th just for staffing issues, but I don't know.
Right, yeah, that was the other concern they had. So if that's still going to happen, I'm hopeful that Lisa, and I'll give her a call and ask her to make contact with you to say, yeah, we should still do that, or can they just do a testing like they're doing today at Agency District, you know? Because once we do the full-blown, you know, open it up to everybody, you know, we're gonna need more PPE, we're gonna need more testing kits, you know, and the state needs a 2-week. Well, I think they've already been given the heads up that we may do that, so I think the final word needs to come and say, yeah, we're doing it, or this testing that they're doing at different sites is our mass testing. So I'll encourage Lisa to give you a call.
Yeah, if you could make that contact, please.
Sure.
Council, any questions? Anything else for us, Jim?
I don't.
Okay.
Thank you for the time. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Yep.
Motion by Lake Travers, second by Bakuli, question by Demi Swim.
The congregate housing.
Francis Crawford. Yes. Curtis
Next.
Bissonette. Yes. Winfield Rondell Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Yes. Cheryl Owen. Yes. Lisa Jackson. Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. And we were just teasing about that. We got one more issue.
We do. I apologize. One of the things that FEMA requires is a document that sets out a process for congregate housing. So someone that would test positive, we're housing that at the I-29 motel. They need a document that says this is the process we're following, why we're doing what we're doing, the rate that they charge, the duration of how long somebody would stay there, and then the process for taking care of cleaning that room once that positive COVID would be in that facility. And we're asking for 3 days after they house for 14 that we clean that room for 3 days, and FEMA still pays for those 3 days that they've lost to rent that room out, if that makes sense. So FEMA wants to help pay for those 14 days with this procedure that we have that they've recommended, and then that once that person leaves, then we will then, staff down there would then do a deep cleaning, so to speak, and then have that room then ready 3 days later for somebody else. But the 3 days that room is not available, we insist that they pay for that as well. And they've agreed to that if we can agree to do the congregate housing at the I-29 with their formatted document that they're providing. It requires your signature, Chairman, to do that.
Jim, they'll pay 17 days for the stay and the cleaning, but at 75%?
Right, I think our reimbursement will be 75%.
Okay, so 25%, is that going to be coming out of the CARES funding then, the balance?
That we're not sure of how it would come yet. What we end up doing with the project worksheet is we go through this entire process, we submit this in there, and they say, and we think the 75-25, the 25% from what we're hearing, in all these meetings we go to, is saying they may allow that to be an eligible cost. So it's very possible it could end up being 100%. It's just an unknown. This thing changes, it's fluid. Different guidance comes out. It does change. But to get any reimbursements, we would need this document and over your signature, and then it needs to be renewed every 30 days. So we would come back and redo it, submit the invoices for the next 30 days, and ask that the document be adopted again for the next 30 days at a time. And we may be able to go back to January 20th, which I think is the date this incident started, and we're working with them on getting that congregate retroactive to that date. We're not guaranteed that yet. But we didn't house too many people down there for COVID early on. It was mostly dialysis patients.
Any questions, Council? Did you email that document to Council? Has that one been sent yet?
I did not. We left it in your mailbox last night, and I apologize, I didn't.
Lake Travers?
Jim, what happens if one of our members
Then we would ask that they take the people that are in the extended family in that household we would want, and they'll pay the same rate if we're taking extended family into there too.
Person wants to quarantine in their home, everybody else that hasn't tested positive would be placed in the hotel.
Right, right. We would like it to, because once we get this in, our 30 days would start July 1 actually. Then August 1, we could ask for an extension for 30 days and so on until we no longer need congregate housing.
What is it, 25% of what? I'm thinking it's something if we just put it in our policy, because I'm sort of wondering how they're gonna view it, because if we do anything with hotels, it's like, if they test positive, why are we moving them from one place to another? Know what I mean? I think it's something maybe we can put in our policy that we cover stuff like that with the COVID. But the thing is I don't know how they're gonna, when they come and audit, how is it gonna be when, if you tested for COVID and you come positive, why are we putting them in a hotel room? When the place they're at would already be, you know, susceptible to it. So are we gonna make the policy to where it's just people that wanna quarantine from, that are negative from people that are positive? Or is it for positive and negative?
I think what Jim's explaining is if you test positive, it's a place for them to quarantine, but it's also a place for people to go that have large households, which most of our households are. So they're not jeopardizing themselves.
And we've been doing that already, right, Jim?
We have, yeah. And I think, Vice Chair, this would then become our policy.
Yep.
That would be attached to the, I don't know, not the personnel manual, but just what we do. It's
I
our
just don't know
policy.
how detailed the audit's gonna be, but we've been doing it, thinking that it is. Yep. Yep.
Yep. And again, I think that 25% is something that they're looking at from the CARES Act to allow that to be our 25% match too. The other thing that we can do is use salaries from the I-29 as a match, you know. Those are all possibilities to help recover that. The current,
Cooley?
I'm sorry.
What are we doing for the high risks that are in a household and the others aren't adhering to the stay-at-home or the PPE?
Same thing. Yep.
Yep.
They call the hotline and they give us their situation, then
Right.
we try to house it, because I think there's been at least 2 or 3 elderly that we've accommodated because of that.
For how long?
What's that?
For how long?
I think we've been doing 4 days.
The current billing that we would submit to FEMA on a project worksheet was $4,050. So we'll get the next billing cycle, and if beyond that 30 days, we'll add that and just keep moving it as a 30 days at a time.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to approve that. To approve that motion, the Vice Chair, it was intended to find out if that 25% can be utilized under the CARES Act funding that we've received so far.
To pay the balance of their rooms, yeah.
I'm pretty positive, Franny, that it is, because that's why we're doing it with this food distribution too, right?
Right.
Jim?
Right.
We're using FEMA first, so we're not using all our CARES Act. What we get from FEMA, then we use our CARES Act funding to do it. But I'll get with Jim again, because as far as I'm concerned, or I remember FEMA did approve that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, motion by Lake Traverse, second by Bakuli. Question by Ms. Swam.
How do you want that worded?
I think we want a motion to, if I could, to approve a non-congregate sheltering.
How about you just give her a copy of that letter?
Okay.
And then she'll make a motion out of that letter, and then,
Give you this, okay?
and then at the vice chairman, we'll check with our consultant about the remaining 25% of balance to see if that's payable through the CARES funding.
And Vice Chairman, if I could, Mark Pettit would be somebody that Steve Gunn could contact with and get that definite on that.
I'll get us all on an email thread all together.
Okay.
Francis Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Winfield Rondell Jr.? Yes. Milton Owen? Yes. Cheryl Owen?
Yes.
Lisa Jackson? Yes. Louis Johnson? Yes. Tribal Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Yeah, I just had a comment. This virus is very strange, you know, and I know that we're dealing with situations on a daily basis as things arise. But my concern is there's going to be other issues coming up, like what Lisa said. We have elders out there that have probably younger, you know, people in their homes that are not adhering to all these rules, and they have concerns and they're high risk. We still need to kind of think about some place to put them because they're not feeling safe at home. The other issue is like what you just brought up. Maybe there's 6 people living in a home, 1 is testing positive. So we transition these other ones that are testing negative into a home, but it also is proven that in about a week's time, 3 days' time, one of them will test positive. So I believe that as we're working on this, you know, we're getting the kinks out of everything, because now if somebody else catches it out of that 5 out of the 6, the rest of them can be infected too.
Exactly, yes.
So it's really a weird virus that we're really dealing with, and we're trying to do our best as council to try to protect everyone.
If I could, good comments, and I think the resource that we rely upon is the contact tracing, that they maintain contact with those people and ask them to do their due diligence of taking their temperatures twice a day. And if we can get the grant funding to order the PPE for an oximeter, I think that's the thing that measures the oxygen level in your system. You know, those are all things that we can use and give them out as resources to help them, you know, make sure that they're not, that if they are positive, that they do the right thing too, and do the self-isolation.
Any other questions, Tribal Council? Jim, anything else?
I assure you that was the last one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
IT.
I'm just here to get a motion to approve the purchase of our compute and storage upgrade and our network infrastructure upgrade.
Can you use the microphone, Don? I can't really hear you.
This one? Okay. I said I'm here to get a motion to approve the purchase of the storage compute upgrade and the network infrastructure upgrade. We have the quotes that came in from the three businesses. The one that came in was, lowest was Marco. 560,554.47 for the storage and compute, and 556,819.42 for the network infrastructure. On the second page, it's a total of $1,117,373.89. They did put in some executive discount of $35,000, and then we also have, which is our enterprise agreement through Cisco for a security suite, which is the umbrella. That is our cybersecurity. That covers us, including, any laptop that we roll out. We install the client on there. It tracks, what they're doing, and pretty much, covers the whole gamut of, any possibility of anybody coming in and gaining access. Excuse me. The network infrastructure, it includes the security in regards to the firewall, our new email security appliance, which is a definite must. And this will also cover the wireless, all of our IDF closets. It's upgrading all of our switching and routing. And the really big one is the compute and storage, which is, we are desperately low on disk space. So this is a must, that we need to do this. But that's what I'm asking for, a motion to approve for Marco.
Questions, council? I believe this would be the CARES Act funding. This is your part of that. Bakuli? Motion by Bakuli to approve, you want them all in one motion, or you prefer two?
No, just one's fine.
One motion? To approve Marco for the storage computer quotes and network infrastructure quotes.
Yep.
Second by old agency.
It's just a, how would you say, statement of work, basically. That's what it is.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, so are we throwing in
Yeah, well, the
Le-
contract.
legal review then of the contract? And then, yeah.
But is this just, you're just requesting to purchase, right?
Correct.
Yes, and so is there gonna be a purchase agreement or anything with this then?
No, everything is included in here because it comes with a 5-year warranty, renewal, everything is included in here.
Who's installing it?
Marco is one of those. And that's also included in here too as well.
Okay.
Okay, so approve this, and then any installation agreements or contracts must go through legal for review. Okay.
Yeah. And that's usually what happens.
You okay with that,
But
Lisa?
I just need to,
Okay.
otherwise we're gonna lose the, any type of credits that we have. I'm trying to hurry up and, get this through so we don't lose any of those. That's my big thing. And try to get this done.
We can't hear you, Don, sorry. I know.
I just trying to make sure that, we get this started because rollout is, it could be a month, maybe longer, depending upon how long it is to get the equipment. And we may run the risk of losing some of those credits that are attached to this. I just don't, that's over $200,000. I just don't want that to be lost.
Okay, Donna, we need to stress to them that this has to be done by December 30th.
Yes, it
It
does.
absolutely has to be.
So I gotta try and get this, because some of this stuff does come from China. So, and if anybody's ordered anything from China, it's like a 2-month waiting period. So I'm just trying to get this equipment ordered so we can, hopefully get it, before
And
the
then,
deadline.
Don, how soon would it be before we have that contract, that installment contract?
That's what's included in this. In the back of it, there's basically deliverables, non-deliverables. I
We
have
must
that
not-
because I
okay.
don't want,
Okay,
for
gotcha.
security reasons, but, you're more than welcome to come to Vice Chairman's office and take a look at it.
Sure.
Because that's just a detail, and I don't want that getting out. But, for the most part, it's pretty straightforward, in regards to the installation part of it, we're upgrading, so most of the wiring and stuff like that's already in place. So,
So you already have it. It just needs legal review? The,
say it again, I couldn't hear you.
what do you, the part of it that you're not sharing because of security purposes,
Yeah.
that's the, what is that?
That's the attachment, it shows the wiring.
Oh,
where
okay.
everything's
It's
going.
not the agreement, though.
Yeah,
the
well, it's all
installment
attached to the
agreement.
To the same bid, basically.
Legal review it, okay. So approve this with the agreement pending legal review. Okay.
Whose signature you want on there? Chairman's signature?
Yep.
Okay, so question by Lake Traverse.
Lisa Jackson,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Francis Crawford, Curtis Bissonnette, Winfield Rondell Jr., Milton Owen, Cheryl Owen, Tribal Vice Chairman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Okay, council, actually not too bad. Any other business or ready for break?
I-29 was asking about if they can get their July bonus. I didn't know they got a July bonus, but I told them I'd have to bring it to council. You guys are bored over them? I don't know. I wasn't here last year.
Get it.
They said they have it in their funds.
It sounds like they have it in their funds, they just need it authorized.
I haven't seen a budget for my 29. Huh? Okay, I'll get that from her.
Anything else? Okay. Okay, we'll take a lunch break, be back at 1:30.
The Winfield Thompson Arena that we are calling home for these next 3 days. We are on the second day, so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our grand entry song. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are able, 850 dancers will be coming into our arena. We welcome you. Welcome
hymn song for each and every one of us. As we stand, as we honor our veterans, as we stand and we honor this legacy, this great tradition, this great pride. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to the flag song at this time. All nations, open up. Back to song number 2, Eagle Feather. Hookah.
What
traditional, we're set to go. Dakota Hook time, we're turning over to you. Tell your story time. Set a final go around. Good luck.
Hey,
travel coming your way. Dancers, Whitetail Boys, we turn it over to you. Let's get them dancing. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Here we go. Head singing judge is going to come and see you. In the meantime, we're back to song number 2, Northern Wind. We're ready to go. Up to the sky. contests on the floor. Bat Nation, let's get them dancing. Semi-final contest going on. Good luck, ladies. Hope you have. Song number one, ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause? We're set to go. Little Thunder, take it away. Contest time.
Way
Chuck Station, here we go. Inner travel time. I got
arena that we are calling home for these next 3 days. We are on the second day, so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our grand entry song. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are able, 850 dancers will be coming into our arena. We welcome you. Welcome to a beautiful day. Oh, our host drum, back to the ring.
To render a nationhood song for each and every one of us. As we stand, as we honor our veterans, as we stand and we honor this legacy, this great tradition, this great pride. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to the flag song at this time. All nations, open up.
Constitution Revision Committee.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council and Tribal Executives. The Constitution Revision Committee is back here to present our policy and procedures that for quite a while now we've been wanting to get in to have them approved. And unfortunately, Dallas isn't here today, so we weren't able to put it up on the screen or anything like that. But our policy and procedures, we don't have a lot of changes in them. We just needed to bring them in and get them approved from all for a while now. One of the biggest changes we made is on page 2 under recording secretary. And all the 1 through 7 there, all the responsibilities had been under secretary treasurer. And then when we found out that we were able to get a recording secretary, then we went ahead and made all those responsibility the recording secretaries. But right now, we don't have one. We did have Kira Blue from Judicial, and she came to one meeting. That was the end of February. She came, and then everything, got shut down, and we don't have one again. I wish we did. I'm hoping you guys think about that again, trying to get us somebody, because that would, I really want to get somebody to do that. So, but that's the biggest change we made on that. The next one would be on page 3, on number 4, under compensation, where the secretary, the Constitution Revision Committee secretary, shall receive an additional $75 per meeting for taking minutes, submissions, stipends. That we removed that. We took that out because we had the recording secretary. So that's not happening. And then I think that was all. That was all the changes that we made. Was from the last one you guys got, were there any questions from that one, or is there? Because it's the same as this one, and then the one that Dallas was going to give, we were trying to paste and all that kind of stuff, so I just sat down and typed the whole thing over, which took me a whole day. But that's our policy and procedures that we would request Tribal Council to approve. If you have any questions, we're here to ask them, answer them.
Madam Secretary?
On page 2, so you have section 3, secretary/treasurer. Are you going to take secretary off that or no?
No, because you still need, secretary will still be no, for right now we'll leave it because I'm doing everything again, so.
So this recording secretary, she'll be a tribal employee and appointed like we did last time.
You guys will choose who that is, not us.
Yeah, so
'Cause
we
you guys
did that
gave us-
last time.
Yeah, you guys gave us Kira. Yep. That'll be up to you guys, who you want in there.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
But we would still need either the secretary or the treasurer, and right now I'm saying to leave them.
Council, just so everybody knows, the individual who was doing this before was funded through gaming. So this might have to be a wait and see, especially for the recording secretary part, to see if or when that gets filled again.
Since I am taking the minutes again, so I'm able to put in the $50 for the meetings that we started when you guys activated us in April, because I haven't done that at all. I just been doing everything to make sure everything gets done right now.
Lake Traverse? But this is a debate that's been going on for years, you know, where the secretaries have asked for additional income or a little more on their stipends for doing those duties. So it just, if we do it for one, we're probably gonna end up doing it for all. Madam Secretary?
The Constitution Revision Committee is part of the political process because they have to do the amendments and they're part of the overall structure of the government. And I know those are too, but they play an important role, and it's a lot of work for the secretary to do it. And so in the past, what we did, we had one person doing Constitution Revision Committee, Judicial, and Human Services Board minutes. We had one person doing those three committees. And she was the Judicial Committee Secretary, Kira, but she just left. So that's why they're without a secretary right now. She resigned. So.
It's gonna be a council decision because it's gonna come from gaming. Enemy swim?
I have a question. I realize that, because I sat on Constitution Revision, and I realize there is a lot of work to it, but there's certain times, though, that it's not that, that hard to do the minutes. It's when you're working, and have other jobs, and it kind of takes your time away. And during the time when the year of the Constitution Revision, when they're looking at changing things in our Constitution, and looking at amendments, that's what's really time consuming, is that part of it. And I don't know how it all came about, in the past, and what really justified it, I should say. But when I was on Constitution Revision, they did pay the secretary more money for doing the minutes. But I also see a time where they really are busy.
Any other questions or comments? Junior?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on Lisa's behalf, it is a lot of work, especially this year. During an election year, we get a lot of paperwork that comes to us from different people. And we've been leaving it up to Lisa to separate all that out for us so that we don't have to gather together and get it. And she does a good job at keeping our minutes and getting them to us right away. So they're available that we can take to our districts. When we have district meetings, we do have minutes all the time. That's not always true with all the committees. So, and I agree with Francis, if their secretaries are doing the work, they should be paid for it. But they should be doing the work, and Lisa does do a good job for us.
Chairman, I agree, and I understand what you and Franny are saying, but the issue is the money for it. You know what I mean? If we start bringing back all our boards and committees, I don't know how they're going to all get paid with this extra 75 for the one taking minutes. Because the one that was supposed to be doing it was gonna bring her back, but before he even brought her back, she resigned.
I would rather you get a recording secretary. As I've said to you guys before, this is 20 years now I've been doing this. A long time, and I think somebody else should be. And we've come along where we need somebody more, you know, that's going to be around all the time, you know, that can take the minutes and have more time during the day to do them instead of in the evenings or on weekends or, you know, whatever the case may be. I would rather we have a recording secretary. But right now I'm doing it because I know we need to have it done. You know, this is our important time in our political season right now to get these proposed amendments out. I mean, I'll keep doing it, you know. But I would appreciate that you get a recording secretary for the Constitution Revision Committee as soon as possible.
Tribal Council, how about if we get a list together of boards and committees? Because some of the boards have an employee like from the program that participates and takes the minutes, whereas others don't. Then let us get a listing of how many this would affect, how many boards that would need that.
Because as you mentioned, Human Services Board, it's in the same boat. We don't have a program over us.
Yeah.
So when Sarah quit taking minutes, I ended up doing it. And Kira was on there too. She came to one meeting and then, you know, that was it after that. So we would need a recording secretary on there also.
Long Hollow?
Mr. Chairman, I think we've been kind of going rounds and rounds of this too.
Yeah, it's been,
We could probably
yeah.
Yep.
hash it out, look into it, and maybe if we need it, justify it, and we get one and we be done. But we've been going rounds with this for a while now.
Yeah.
I think it's time we just, but we need to look into it right away.
Yeah. But we kind of had the problem solved when we had,
Yeah.
you know, Kira taking over all three, yeah, but now we can't afford to bring that position back. And for now, it's probably cheaper just to give them the $50 a meeting than to bring on somebody full-time to do that. Lake Traverse?
After 20 years, no. I think somebody else younger than me should come on and do it now. Never mind how old I am. No, I really do. I think somebody else needs to come on. You know, there needs to be younger people coming on these boards and stuff instead of those of us that are over 60 still trying to hang on and everything. Really, I do think that. The younger people are 30 and 40, you know, come on these boards. That's all right. I can teach somebody. This isn't rocket science. It's just being organized.
So what if, is Dallas interested in being a secretary?
He hasn't said at all.
Yeah, and she offered too, if anybody, when Dallas was there, if anybody wants to take minutes,
Yeah.
they're welcome to, he didn't speak up.
I offered quite a few times. Yeah. But the same thing holds true for Human Services, and that really needs a secretary. By no means will I ever do minutes like Sarah does. No way, I don't have that kind of, no.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman, what I'm getting at is I understand where this is coming from, but I still think, that the secretary should be responsible for these events. That's why they're elected, that's why they have that position. We should sit here, we can talk about the different boards, responsibilities, and roles as the secretary, and how many, how important each board or committee is. Every board's in the community want that. Like law enforcement, in my experience, that board, like I said, our secretary doesn't do nothing extra. But they deal with all of the internal affairs investigations, they deal with all the
Well, I'm not leaving, I'm just saying I'm tired of doing minutes.
Yeah, I
You
understand.
know, I'm just
No,
tired.
but maybe if you can visit internally with Dallas, meetings to get our block done, maybe that's something you might look into, might want to get that meeting on.
I'll ask again at our next meeting. I'll make sure it's in the minutes so you see it.
Any other questions or comments, council? Yeah. Well, what do you want us to do? Proceed for now and we'll,
Meet. Yeah.
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve this pending in section 4, that we leave that restricted for right now, until we figure something out, and once we figure out if we need to add that, then we can add it.
Francis Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr.
Yes.
Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Okay, thank you for that. The next item that we have is by a request from Bikuli Councilwoman. She had asked to see the reasons why we did not approve certain proposed amendments. And so what I did, when we had our meeting last Wednesday, we had it early because I knew we were coming to council, and instead of writing up a whole new document, I amended our minutes. And what I did was to put in there where it says proposed amendment number 2, who it's by, what that amendment is about, and then the reasoning is in the motion itself on each of those. Proposed amendment 2, 6, 11, 12, 13, and 14. So if you have any questions.
any questions, council? Willie?
So what are the denial criteria?
I can't hear you.
What is the denial criteria? So let's look at amendment number 2. So it's up to CRC to determine whether it would go out or not?
Initially, yeah, that's the first process. Yep.
So, motion by Enemy Swim to approve the proposed amendment number 2 due to the fact that the degree of Indian blood would be watered down and that it would be a burden on the tribe at this time. So would that be something that the people would decide, or?
No, they're not even going to decide it. You're not going to see proposed amendment number 2. Unless you guys say otherwise. As a Constitution Revision Committee, as we have in the past, we've sat down, looked at the proposed amendments that were coming in, and as a group, we looked at if they were in the best interest, just as legal counsel is doing with the ones that you guys gave them. The ones that are approved, that we did approve. The ones that were not approved, we had to make that decision. Is this something that needs to be go forward with or not? And we felt at that time, no. It's not, this isn't in, we just felt it'd be too much. And then when you get down to an eighth, because there was the other one, proposed amendment number 2 and proposed amendment number 14, that one was only by lineal descendant. You had to prove lineal descendant on that one. And we just felt, even though IHS can do that for healthcare, we felt that we needed to have a stronger stand on it and to keep our blood quantum at a 4th right now. Because I gave you guys both packets, the approved ones and the ones we didn't approve. And those were the two on enrollment.
So I thought when you guys were denying, I thought it was because it didn't comply with the Constitution, or there was a legal reason why you were denying.
Not
And not
necessarily.
that-
Not necessarily,
Okay.
because if you look at proposed amendment number 11, 12, and 13, we said the same thing in all three of those, that we felt there should be no talk of salary or benefits of that sort in the Constitution. That was our main thing. After looking at the Constitution, not seeing it's in there, why would we want to kind of muddy the waters on our Constitution? So on those three, because 11 and 12, proposed amendment number 11 was the first part of that. Proposed amendment number 12 was the second part, and proposed amendment number 13 was them together. And we just felt that was not that was not in the best interest.
Angie?
In the past, because this is such a special year and a unique year, before these all went back to the districts for input. This year it didn't, because money was not in the district and stuff. A lot of these things, I think that like Lisa was, I have to agree with you, is that the people should decide. Because the people haven't even had a say in this yet. There's two bodies that have. So that's why I think we should, either give it back to the districts or let it all go through. Let the people decide. You gotta start picking up this process of informing the people. It hasn't happened for months now. We need that input from our people.
And that is a discussion that we had at our last meeting. That was something that all of us, we knew that hopefully in the month of July, or even in the month of August, that we would try and get our districts to have district meetings so that process can happen. We haven't given up on that. We're still hoping that happens. But it's only going to be on the approved ones. Unless you tell us otherwise, that you want all of them to go back.
Are there any districts who are not having meetings yet? Old Agency in Long Hollow still not? Okay.
We haven't had one since last year.
And I'm hoping we have ours, if not the end of this month, in August. So that's something that, we're, like I said, we haven't given up on. We know it needs to happen. It's in the process of our policy and procedures.
Blake Travers, you have a comment? Oh.
And as it is, when it does go back to the districts, you'll have it come back a couple different ways. They'll either make a motion on the ones they approve and not approve. They'll agree. They'll just acknowledge them. Or they won't say anything at all. It doesn't come back 7 ways, it's one way from all 7 districts. That doesn't happen. It'd be good if it did, though.
So how do you determine that then after it comes back like that?
Just like a tally. We'll keep tally on them. Yeah. Especially if they're by motion. If they disagree, then okay, that means they agree on all of them.
So I'm wondering, would August be too late to take this back for the membership to review? Would that be too late in our process?
No, because the ones that we didn't approve, the ones that you have in these minutes today, we are going to I'm going to get a hold of them and find out if they want to do the petition process, which is their right now. So they would get the petition to them about the middle part of this month. They would have all of August and all of September, needing, was it 10% on a petition, which is well over 1,500 signatures now? I don't even know.
Would that be something that we normally do on the ones that have been denied?
No, not the denied ones. Oh, yeah.
So
the
I
petition-
guess-
yeah,
so I
the
guess-
petition is a process, yeah.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to understand here is if we can maybe take the ones that have been denied, and maybe we can ask our districts to hold a special district meeting to review these that have been denied and give them an opportunity to weigh in on whether they want it to move forward or not. And then we have to move them for a motion, so that way we get an understanding whether they're for it or not, and then come back, and then we're within our time frame. And then that's given everybody an opportunity to take a look at the ones that have been denied. The ones that have been approved, they're going to get to vote on it when it comes election time, so that would be moot, that issue. But I think it would be fair to give our people the opportunity to have a say on the ones that have been denied, if maybe we call for a special meeting specifically for that with each of our respective districts, and that we request or we require a motion whether they approve or deny, and do it individually.
Then
For the
you would need
record.
to get those ones that were denied to legal counsel also.
Okay.
It's up to you guys. I mean, we've done our process. You know, we're to that point right now where we need to do the petition process for the ones we denied. You've given the ones that are approved to legal counsel, so we're waiting for those to come back. Later part of September, we should be handing everything over to REB. I mean, that's up to you guys if you want to take the ones that were denied back to your district. Who is the legal, if I may ask?
Greg Paulson, I believe, has
Oh.
been reviewing these ones.
He has.
Phil
the-
Brodeen, sorry.
Pardon?
Phil Brodine's been reviewing the
Okay.
first batch that was sent over.
Oh, that's right, yeah, yep. And did you get a final word on any of them? A final comment or a write-up on any of them?
I think that email that we forwarded to you was the last one I've seen on it, where,
Is it all right if I call and talk to him? See where he's at?
yeah, just shoot him an email and
Okay.
include us, please.
Yeah.
Angie?
But then, you know, like I said, if they go back to the people and stuff, you know, it's just, you know, I guess one of the things I would ask, you know, the constitution revision of all the requests that came in for our revisions were these published in paper. Were they published on
No,
social
the only
media?
ones that'll be published will be the ones that are approved, not the ones denied.
Had they been published, then there would have been no reason to say we need a special, because they know all, it's all out there, nobody knows what's out there. So at this point in time, when you have those that are approved and disapproved, you don't know what's required. And I think as people, we have intelligence and what our tribe is about to make these decisions. Give that choice back to the people. To say, this is for my people, this is for my tribe. And let's make really sound, good decisions and moving forward here. We need to, like I said, we need to get the people back on board here. We can't be leaving them out.
Council, any?
Mr.
Questions?
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we do have the ones that have been denied by Constitution Revision Committee to be presented to our districts via special meeting and acknowledged by way of motion, whether they accept or deny each of these amendments.
Just the ones that have been denied, or? Motion by Bakuli. Any seconds on the motion?
And also that they would go for legal review prior to that special meeting.
Okay, so the ones that have been denied, legal review, and then present at the districts, special meetings. Okay. Motion on the floor, any second? Second going once. Any second going twice. Any motion died for lack of second.
So when we have our district meetings this month, it will only be the approved ones we're showing them. Yes,
Whatever your process is, I guess is what
that's the
goes.
process.
Okay. Anything else you need from us, Lisa?
I don't know if it's the right time, but when, in our policy and procedures, it did say about a budget. So then we put our budget together for 19 and 20, and then I put the budget together for 2021, one with the recording secretary in there, and then one without, that you have somebody to do that. So, is there a time coming up where we would submit these?
We haven't set a deadline yet for any of the gaming revenue, just because we
Because,
don't
you
know
know,
where
we've
we're
got
at.
bills I gave to Chairman, or Vice Chairman Kirk that have not been paid yet. I can hand them over to you or to Vice Chairman.
Who's your guys' exec that you usually send bills to? Vice Chairman?
Do we give them to you? Well, I was always giving them to the secretary, or to the, excuse me, to the treasurer. Yeah. Because it's not just that, it's human services that haven't gotten paid yet either.
You want to just resubmit them? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like Travers?
Okay. Lexi, okay.
Yeah, it's not gonna hurt, but yeah, right now we don't know where we stand.
Will do. You have anything covered?
Go ahead.
I would like to make a comment on what she mentioned earlier, and I agree that more people should see all the amendments before they're decided on either way. But in a, you know, kind of on the other hand, when you don't have a committee to knock some out, has the potential of being just millions of silly little things people want to do. And so I do agree with, you know, we get them first, look through them, decide, because it isn't just our sole decision, you know, that stops them. You know, they go on to you for further process. So that's all I wanted to mention on mine. But yet I, you know, totally agree with part of what she says too.
Thank you. Anything else, Lisa, from
No, that's it.
council? Any other questions? Motion by Lake Travers. Second by Grepa. Question by Enemy Swim.
Yes.
Winfield Rondell Jr. Yes. Milton Owen. Yes. Cheryl Owen. Yes. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman. Tribal Secretary. Chairman motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Go ahead, Lucia.
take your spot.
I like to sit on the end.
I'll sit back.
Thank you.
Sure. One auto.
Good afternoon, DC. I don't know if anybody has district minutes to present. All we have is your guys' last meeting from the 1st. Is there?
Nobody brought minutes to be approved. We just had the meeting that, from these different programs that came in, like IHS and DNGE. But our next meeting, we will address the ones that had minutes while we
district
were
minutes, okay.
shut down and stuff, so.
Okay, go ahead. You have the
Those will
floor,
be the next
DCA.
time we come. Ready?
Yep, whenever you are.
Okay, well, July 1st, we had our meeting, and you guys probably read them. We met with Randy Jordan. Districts are planning their COVID-19 testing. All agencies started theirs today. And the rest of the districts are setting up times with them, so. Weston Quinn and Mr. Mudd came, presented their stuff to DCA, but they did not make a motion on that, so. Our first motion was made to support RPC to be reactivated and to have the planning director, Mike Roberts, work with RPC. And motion number 2 was to reactivate the tax commission. So I don't know if any of those happened today or previously or not, but.
No, not yet, Dickie. Council, any questions, comments? Madam Secretary?
I don't have any, one of the big problems is, you know, the other boards and committees that we passed, was by council. But my thing is, you know, is the money. I'm okay with bringing them back, but, you know, as of right now, there's nothing there for stipends or anything.
Angie?
Mr. Chairman, this is coming from the RBC, and it was passed, handed out for input to the tax commissioners. So RBC, the majorities have come in for where they would be agreeable to for deferred stipends. We just want to get back in there. We want to start seeing where everything's at. We want to start reporting back to our districts, doing what we're supposed to be doing. And we were going to ask, in addition to that, was that we were to meet on a weekly basis or bi-weekly, but no less than that, just to try to get these projects up and going again, so we're actually at funding and financially and productivity. And on the tax commission, we got an email from the tax commission, tax director, requesting that the tax commission meet no less than twice a month because of the new ruling that came down on the plan versus normal. So they want, and Rick Paulson did put in a memorandum on that they need to start looking at renegotiating the tax agreements. And this is, again, so put it out there for the tax commission to see if they would be able to defer stipends, just to start working again, start getting this stuff information out and that corrections for their input. So we are agreeable, and new stipends is going to come up to be an issue, but we have discussed this, and we said, you know, we need to get looking at these things.
Madam Secretary?
I support that because RPC plays an important role in this whole structure. and we have a lot of projects going on right now. So, and I feel the same way about the tax commission because of the issues that are coming forward there. So I'm going to make a motion to reactivate the Reservation Planning Commission and the Tax Commission with the understanding that stipends would be deferred for payment. That's my motion.
Motion by Madam Secretary. Second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Grepa.
Winfield Rondell Jr.
Yes.
Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen. Lisa Jackson.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Francis Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. DCA, anything else?
Well, Weston wouldn't give us a straight answer if we would be getting, when we would be getting distribution to the tribe and then on to the districts, so. That's why they didn't make a motion to support his going back to percentages. I mean, he's the money man, he should know when it's gonna happen.
Thank you.
Lake Travers?
Mr. Chairman, that was a whole, we have a D&G meeting on Thursday at 10 a.m. That was one thing I requested of him, just to find out where we're at financially since we did the open. There's a quick connection to the drop a couple weeks back. And, they're doing that good. We understand that we've got to replenish the coffers as well. There's still a need to address here, zoning wise as well. Hopefully we can get those answers for you guys on Tuesday. You know that there's a proposed, they're proposing a new resolution for the waterfall for the Indian distribution as well too. That's going to be dropped 30% off the local proposal. That's to reinvest back into the properties. Is where the 100%. Question of DCA?
I have one question from Highway District. Just how did council decide to, or if they decided who receives the COVID-19 and if there is going to be a COVID-19 stimulus for the people?
Yes, there will be. We were hoping to get the applications out today, but it looks like it probably won't be till tomorrow.
And what are the guidelines?
Basically, right now, the guidelines are going to be just income-based. People are going to have to self-certify that, yes, I've been affected by COVID, and there's a few other questions I'll have to, like to make sure that they fall under those income guidelines. And then whoever, if somebody has rent, mortgage, or utilities, and those who are on reservation can get up to $1,000, and it can be split. Like if Jesse says, I want 500 to go to my rent and 500 to go to electric company.
Are you excluding the domestic shelters and the homeless?
They have to have a head of household. They're gonna. We can't give checks directly to individuals. It's got to go to a vendor.
Is it written that way directly in that grant? How did you write it? Because they are able to use their address and apply for food stamps, Medicaid, and Medicare.
It's a real gray area, but it's specific in the Treasury guidelines that we cannot give direct stimulus or per capita payments.
Will offer those program managers to come before you and plead their case on why they feel that they should be allowed the people should be allowed help. Have you met with the domestic shelter or the homeless shelter managers?
No.
Well, that's my request, that you do before you say no to people in need, and they should be the basic ones, because that COVID strictly affects them more than us who have a home.
Mr. Vice Chairman?
I understand your concerns, and now it's been our toughest thing is, you know, we can't help individuals, like, just give them money. It has to be based on the guidelines of the CRF funding. If we were able to do that, we would have just gave it to the districts like they wanted to before, but we can't. They're just, it's not like we're the ones that made these guidelines. It's the,
See a copy of those guidelines where it excludes the homeless.
you know, that packet's about like this, if you want to check.
Highlight it and send it.
Okay.
And also, women have an inherent right to protect the women and children.
I understand that. I'm not trying to deny them. It's not us that's denying them. It's the guidelines that were set forth to us.
Okay, I'd like to see where it's highlighted. Show me where it says we exclude
Yep.
homeless.
Also, any questions or comments?
These payments are income-based. These payments are income-based, and say these people that got that first stimulus check, they paid ahead on their bills, and so they're not behind it, they're not delinquent in any of their bills. Are they going to be excluded from getting any help?
No. The only thing right now is that would exclude somebody is the income.
Chairman?
Yep.
Oi chanchazo was. Wopida.
Oh.
Getting back to gaming, what we asked Weston was, is it based on what we were getting before the COVID hit, which is like old agency, about 75,000? So the least amount of money we'll get is 85% of that? And I believe his answer was yes.
Well,
Is that different than what he's telling you guys now?
well, no, he mentioned the percentages, but it's not going to be 85% of 2.1 million. So it's not going to be that flat rate anymore. It's going to be 85% of whatever
It's coming in.
yeah, or whatever the distribution is. So it's going to fluctuate every month. You know, you're going to be better obviously in the winter, and it's going to be less.
Toughen us up.
Yeah, and that's the way it used to be, you know, about 10, 12 years ago. So that's kind of what they're trying to get back to. But, so we can't get a guarantee that, okay, this year you're going to get 26 million. This year you're going to get 24 million. Based off that structure, we won't know. Council won't even know what to budget off, to be honest.
And the bad thing about that plan is he holds all the cards. You guys don't know. We don't know. The people don't know. And Mr. Mudd he was disrespectful to the point, and I called him on it, of not coming in front of a general council last week. Should have been terminated for that. We don't need anybody that showed that much disrespect to you guys and to the people. And I called him on that Wednesday night. And all he did was agreement with me that, yeah, I wasn't there. Well, yeah, I know you weren't there. But anyway, I think the people could adjust to the fact that if it's a temporary fix because of winter coming, but I don't see how this can be a long-term thing. But we need to have somebody in there showing us the numbers. I mean, we've been working blind with the numbers for quite a while, I feel. I mean,
You don't want to get me started.
I'm going to follow Dickie's lead when he was on council. And he said it was the same thing then. And it's been going on a while. And you guys know that. You're not given the correct numbers all the time. If you do, we don't get them at the districts. And now, with this pandemic, our people they're wondering where all the money is. You know, even the rumor that you guys gave yourself a 2% raise. And like I said, I'm sorry I started that rumor. I didn't know it was going to take off that good. But I mean, our people are in bad shapes. Thank God, as you see, respected ones were better than everybody else in the state. A lot of tribes ain't feeding their people. At least we got that. And now with this hardship coming out, our people will have that. But what I'm getting the calls on is only the head of household's going to get it. So it's not evenly being distributed to every council, tribal member.
like the, say for example, the stimulus program. We all got that equally. Now, isn't this CARE Act a form of the stimulus program where we should all try to get this equally? And has anybody given a call into these tribes that are giving it out equally? Because they're seeing this all over Facebook. I don't have Facebook, thank God. But I'm getting the calls and they're saying, why are all these other tribes, the Yankton tribe, all these other tribes, giving it out equally to the members? There's no way they can pay back that loan. The Yankton tribe, they have to invest $1 million from the tribe into the casino every year to survive. You know, that's where we're lucky here. We're blessed. But we're just asking for some accountability. And I know your guys' hands are tied too. See the frustration on your face every time we talk about this every month. You know, and I see the frustration on Weston's face. You know, he can't even look us in the eye Wednesday night. And I know he's doing his best, but and I know Shakopee's pulling our strings. And I agree with Mr. Mudd on that. We should find somebody else to pull our strings. But we had that option here a year ago, when Rom was here. And we didn't go with it. But that still is an answer. So, but the frustration in my district is high. I'm thankful we can't have a district meeting, because we'll be, Nip and I be getting chewed out, mostly Nip. But we're going to have one this month because the people are demanding it. The only thing I think we can do is mandatory mask. I know Nippy's not comfortable with that. You know, our coordinator is fighting for her life in Fargo. She's in serious condition, still sedated, still on the ventilator. That's how serious it is out there. People are losing their jobs everywhere. Scared to go to work. One of our best board members, Karen, she don't want to come out here because of the fact that we're exposed to each other. And the weak link in our society is, just like what Jim was saying this morning, is our young people. Young people going to the bars, socializing. Same thing in the United States. And we're not addressing that. I don't know how we could address that, but it needs to be addressed. I got a grandson that lives with me. He's a slot tech manager. And he brings the chance of me and my wife getting sick home every night. And there's a lot of homes like that that has that. And I tell my grandson, you take care of yourself out there because you're the one that's going to get me sick. Just like Karen, I was talking to Karen Hayes, our coordinator's daughter, and she felt brokenhearted because she felt that she brought it back from Dakota Magic C-Store. So are we taking the precautions? I just got a call from a representative from Lake Travis. He said he doesn't want to be here because the marketing director in Magic tested positive in Arizona and brought it back to Magic. The whole Magic marketing department had to get home. That's what he told me. He wanted me to relay that to you guys. He's concerned about that. Are we not being told who's positive, who's not? There's a department head manager in here, got a call from the state and said, they told her, you may have been exposed to somebody that had COVID. Well, what kind of warning is that? You know, then that was it, nothing else. So these are all the things that you guys got to take care of. I mean, we'll support you guys, just like with cutting the money from the casinos. We understand that the casinos got to get on their feet. But you got to understand, our people are unshika. Some people, a lot of homes don't even have income. I agree with Jim on the true concern that we should have, where our elders are being exposed to all these young people coming into our houses because they don't have no place else to go. And DCA said this last March. We should be putting our elders in these motels or these dorms at the college so they're safe. I think we all agreed on that at that time. I think we got to address it again. Padamiro.
Just on the stimulus part, it's real specific, and what Eddie handed to Helena there, I don't remember exactly which number it is, but it was specific that we cannot give this out as just a blanket stimulus. So that's direction coming from the Treasury Department.
But see, I don't trust the guys you hired. Honestly, I don't. Mr. Gunn, very great guy, planning director, maybe he's a great guy. But I don't trust the fact that we hired everybody in the world to come over here, pay them top dollar, and they're not looking out for what's best for us. Why are other tribes doing it? And I'm not jumping on you, Verlin, because you're just filling in a chair. But I think we should be looking elsewhere. I think we should be asking elsewhere. Because I think we're being led down the wrong trail. I really do. I think we're tying our own hands for the purpose of getting these buildings built that we don't need. Myrna has money coming from her for a treatment facility. We have money for a jail. But let's take care of this pandemic we're at now and make sure our people are okay. Why not? It's 4th of July. It's downhill from now on. It's going to get, fall and winter's going to be here quick. Flu season's going to be here quick. Dickie don't even like me sitting this close to him because of it. We need to worry more about what we're going to do for each other than about these buildings.
It just, I'll never tell you guys who to trust and who not to trust, but specifically though, that did come from Treasury. Nobody, Treasury said this cannot be a stimulus, and so that's the guideline we're going by with that part of it, so. Oh, Angie?
I'm going to, Lena just was thinking stuff, if that would be provided to the 27 districts, that would be awesome. To get to their executives, so their executives can inform their district members of what's going on. 'Cause I know there are a lot of questions about that. What's the criteria, what we can and cannot do, and I know a lot of the Department of Treasury is the one that has a hold on it. I mean, they're telling us what we can and cannot do with it. We got to comply with it, everyone's got to worry to get back. We don't want to do that. But when we met with DCA and stuff, I thought that was kind of interesting how IHS is handling their COVID pandemic and shut down or open up or whatever is that. And on that presentation we handed out to DCA was that they're not going to do anything, open up until they have 14 days of continuous decrease in COVID patients or on tests, positive decrease. And they're not going to do this until that happens. It's going to be a long time. We're still going to find it. So I don't know if that's something that the probably wants to take into consideration and stuff, things like that, because they said it's ready. It's going to keep on spraying. So we have to start protecting our people. I know we guys are doing an awesome job. You guys really want to get our people out. So thank you for that, for keeping our people and giving them what a lot of other counties don't have. And I really commend our leadership for doing that. But another thing is that we're not getting information out there. And maybe this will help if we start handing it out to the district executives so they can do that. That kind of be the pressure off the leadership here, sitting here.
Dan?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions on this. I know you passed this already in June on this allocation. I don't think, the COVID regulations tell you what project you can do. They just tell you what's legal to do, what you can spend money on. But these projects, you guys can do. I guess that's my point. Now, the medical treatment facility, I guess I have a concern on this because it says to appropriated to construct and operate an emergency temporary government medical treatment facility. Now, I have a couple questions. If it's temporary, you're going to construct a facility. What are you going to do with it when you don't need it again? The other thing is, how is this working with our IHS clinic? And are they involved in this? I mean, I'm sure you got the answers to this already, but I don't know what they are because I haven't read about this in the paper. But how exactly is this going to work? The mechanics of it, like if you invest $7,100,000 into a temporary structure, what's going to happen next? What's your plan for that? And how are you going to sustain that? And how is that going to be operated by our IHS clinic, or are you going to have a separate facility? Exactly how it's going to work? If you could explain that to me, that's my question.
Okay, so for that one, the plan had to change because as of right now, everything has to be, the services and whatever buildings have to be done by December 30th. So we can make payment after that date, but like the last nail, the last screw has to be done by December 30th. So that project had to get scaled down. So instead of, I think most people remember what the Elderly Village project was going to be. It's basically like the two wings and the center concourse. So now we can only do one wing with that center concourse, and that's going to be coming at like 4.4 million. And the plan for after the fact is to convert that to treatment space for move the Code of Pride alcohol treatment, and then MSPI and our behavioral health program into that facility.
Okay, so in the long term, it's going to be committed, converted to a treatment facility adjacent to the clinic.
Yes.
And it's going to have mental detox in there and all those types of things. Is it going to also have rooms? I mean, is it actually going to be, is it going to be outpatient, inpatient? What is it going to be?
As I understand, they're shooting for both outpatient and inpatient.
Okay, so it's a work in progress.
Yes.
Okay, so my second question on my town work, $2 million on that. I don't understand how this is a priority when the rural development is practically begging tribes to apply for broadband dollars. So I think that you can find another use for this COVID money rather than on this telework and find some grants for that. That's just my recommendation to the GCA, because I don't think that's, there are other sources of money for this, is what I'm saying, for these exact same things. This planning and compliance, and I guess this my question is for the vice chair. The $420,000 is appropriated to the planning department for consulting accountants and lawyers for planning, legal, and financial compliance. As a tribal member, we have a full finance department. That's under the vice chair. So I'm not sure why the planning department would be hiring accountants. When I had recommended the debt reduction, I also recommended that that go under the vice chair's office. That was the planning responsibility. So I guess my question there is I can see why you might want to do that because you don't want to pay anything back. But I think that should be in the vice chair's office, not in the planning department.
Yeah, that was something that was put in, approved by the previous chairman. I don't know if it was a budget mod or not, but yeah, I agree with you.
And I believe that's basically paying for the consultants, for Steve Gunn and Mark Van Norman, and whoever else we bring in. Gripa? It's the first part is I don't know if they could receive it because part of, like, if an individual applies for the assistance, they'd have to either one have a rent or a lease agreement, or a mortgage we'd have to see, or a utility in their name. So if they don't have any of those, it doesn't fall under the guidelines set. And the second part, I guess we can ask to. So, okay, so Vice Chairman brought that up. We can't pay for dollars that have already been budgeted. So I don't know how else we could make that work. Yeah. Yeah, and any ideas, yeah. If there's any ideas to get more to tribal members, you know, we'll try, but we just can't do a blanket stimulus. So if you guys got ideas, shoot them to us. And all we can do is ask. Yep. Leanne?
Could you entertain a motion that $420,000 be put into the vice chair's office and not in the planning department? Planning department's not accountants. We have a whole finance department that can manage that. And that money actually goes to the government, and it should go through our finance department.
We'd have to amend the resolution. That's what you're quoting from, aren't you, the resolution?
Well, you have to amend it anyway because you changed your plan on the treatment center. So it has to be amended anyway.
Yeah, we don't know yet. Another part of that too, what Leanne, just so everybody knows, in the resolution, there was a reserve. Well, we can build a daycare, a new daycare building, so that's the game plan right now. So it'll cost roughly $2 million. So, Michael?
So that part of the resolution, even though it says planning, we're actually just project managing it. We don't, so it's to hire Steve Gunn, Whipfley, who's doing the audit work and the compliance, and same thing with Steve Gunn. We're just project managing it. It's not planning's budget. So just so you know that, we're not in control of it. We're just bringing the bills and helping manage those guys through the CRF plus PPP and any other program that we have with CARES Act funding. So it's probably just fine. It doesn't mean that it goes to planning and we're in control of it, because we're not. So.
Tancha, getting back to gaming, is there anything we can do for hazard pay for our workers, because they ran out now? Is there anything that we can do with this funding for hazard pay?
Not with this CARES fund, but the first batch of hazard pay got paid through the PPP dollars. And, you know, sad to say, I mean, after the fact, it's easy to say, but we should have asked for more. But I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the news, but they freed up more of those dollars, those PPP dollars. So I asked our consultants if we could apply for more, and I haven't heard anything back yet. So as of right now, that might be the only option. But it's not, yeah, I mean, we're still trying. Leanne?
Discourse here between the concerns with our aged employees who really are also on the front lines. And hopefully, God willing, the COVID virus is going to come and go and we're going to get back to normal. But that means we need to sustain the one major economic development effort we have, which is our casinos. I really think that you should really think about this, reprioritizing your allocations here in the best interest of the tribe over the long term. And I think some of these are nice, they're a nice wish list, but are they really a priority in terms of what your two priorities are in serving your members? And so I'd really like to ask you to reconsider this, amending it, and taking a second look at all of this. Because it is, you've got everything but the kitchen sink in here. But really, what are the real priorities for serving your tribal members? You're hearing from the DCA that you place our gaming employees first. Without gaming, we're going to lose quite a bit of money. So I think we have to make an investment that's going to be in the best nature of the tribe now. Because right now I see the COVID money as kind of like another slush fund that the tribe has. And everybody wants to get their piece of the pie. But that isn't the purpose. And so I'm really recommending that you rethink this and you reprioritize where this money should go and put it in the right places.
Yeah, I kind of I'll try to summarize this. I wasn't here for the whole discussion when all this stuff started, but the basic, hopefully, council correct me if I'm wrong here, but basically at the end of the day, we got 24.6 million, I believe, and when this is all said and done, tribal council wanted something to show for it. So, because we're never going to get this pot of money again. I mean, this is probably a once in a lifetime thing. So that's why they had talked about building a temporary hospital, and there was talk about doing the police department side of it. But that just wasn't feasible in the time frame, because as of right now, we have to have everything done by December 30th, and that might change by towards the end of July, but that's another discussion. So just speaking, trying to summarize everything, I think that's kind of what the thought process was, and that's why those projects were put in the mix, because it was something we knew we would need down the road, and it was something that realistically we could get done by December 30th. Elena?
I agree with what Leanne said. All of you up there, you have, basically old facility with old antique virus, but we haven't heard people are out there living. They haven't had any jobs, and that alone leads to other issues. Our domestic shelters, our homeless shelters, because of being evicted or whatever, the reason is for being, that's their reasons. But it's going to get worse when we're seeing it rise. Everybody's saying it's rising. We need to start adhering to it, believing it's there. COVID-19 spending it on a jail, right now, that's a dream list. What do the people need? Nobody's looking at the people's needs. Nobody.
Leanne, and then Cheryl.
Mr. Chair, I understand your frustration and I understand your concern about not going to produce any of this money by this deadline. So I get that and where you're coming from, but as tribal leadership, your job is not to micromanage all these programs, but you should be in DC trying to get an extension on that deadline. Congress was late getting that money out, tribes had to sue to get that money out. So why are you taking a passive role right now and just accepting that deadline? Go over there and do what your real job is, which is supposed to be policymakers, legislators, and get them to change that deadline. There's probably a whole lot of other tribes that are in the same boat we're in. But rather than just sit back and say, oh, they say we got to go do it by now, challenge that. Go there and try to get an extension.
And Leanne, we've sent letters, us and almost probably every tribe in the region. We've had conference calls with Senator Rollins and Congressman Johnson and told them our concerns. And that's why we said we're hoping that third week of July possibly, that they'll give us an extension on these projects. So that's where all that's coming from. So it's not like we just sat back and agreed with everything. We're trying to get that extension. So if we can, great, but if not, that's why we have to, we're just trying to be prepared for the December 30th deadline.
Have you litigated?
We haven't.
Or maybe you should.
Can we swim?
No, I was just going to comment on that we are trying, and Mark is working very hard on the extension. It's not like we've just been sitting here and not brainstorming ideas. To me, I would rather see, look at our crime rate, it's going up. Yes, it didn't pan out for our jail, but look at our meth and our drug dealing situation out there. We need a treatment center. So that's where my heart was, is healing our young people. Those are our next generation, and those are the ones that we need to think about also. So a treatment center is good. A daycare, that's another generation there. I'm for the future generation, and we need to take care of our future generation because they're hurting out there. A lot of them are. So I stand my ground because I would rather see something. We never had this kind of money before. I heard that some tribes are actually giving it back. We don't want to give it back. We want to build something so that we have something here to show for it. That's my stance on it, because we need to think about our future. I'm always for the youth and always for our next generation because I see so many of them hurting out there. I have teenagers. I hear what the issues are that they have. So to me, we sat here and we went over this. And we don't want to give this money back, or we don't want to pay interest on it and it become a loan. So we are doing our best, and I thank you guys for coming and giving your ideas. We welcome them, but this virus is totally different. So we are moving. We're moving as situations come up. And it's dangerous for our people, so we're doing our best up here as leaders to use this money in the best way. So if you have ideas, I welcome them. But like I said, there's a deadline to this, so there's like moving fast. We're moving fast at this. And it's not our money, it was given to us. And I feel bad because they have stipulations and regulations to it. And if we could, we would have, but they're tying our hands. And we're fighting on this side too so that they would loosen up. I hear there's another one coming, might come. And that one might not have such strict regulations. So we have to keep the faith and moving forward and being positive at the things that we're doing. I look at it as we all are tried in this time. We all are going through things at this time. But we need to keep moving forward in a positive way, in a constructive way.
Norma and then Leanne.
I mean, that's all good, Cheryl, but, you know, in early spring that it was told by Dr. Fossil, we're going to have a second wave of this virus, and it's happening now. You know, and we have people working now that shut down wisely because of this virus, because they're elderly and they have health issues. But they have to work to pay their bills. So, you know, if there's any way you can help this people, it will help them. You know, I'm sure everybody will appreciate their help. Because I myself probably should guys, so I'm waiting when I try to work. I like to earn my own money, pay my bills, even though I can pay it off already. I don't want to spend on the price of that. But a lot of people are going to need that. And like you said, we got people hard right now fighting for their lives. You know, and that's just the beginning. Our young people do not stay home. They like to go out and party, and they take that back to their home. Who knows who they've been in contact with? You know, this is a dangerous situation here. And we can't seem to get it through to our young people. So, you know, these people that self-isolating might be doing it for nothing because their kids are bringing them home, their grandchildren. They need help too. And the treatment idea is fine. But how can they're going to go there and actually come out and be disrupt the home? A lot of them don't. I've seen that treatment program there myself. They get the tools, but they don't follow them. So there's more than just getting help. You need to help the people that have to tolerate all this stuff.
Dan?
Yes, Council, I apologize if you misunderstood what I was saying. But when I asked the question about the money going to the temporary facility, I just wanted clarification. That did not mean I was against the treatment center by any means. Some of you may not know, but I was the director of Dakota Pride many years ago. And I was asked at that time by the tribal secretary to take that position on, and Darrell Quinn, and when he asked me if I would take that position, I said, I'm not qualified because I'm not a counselor, I'm a planner. He said, well, the place needs planning. It had been open for about 20 years, and the council had always wanted it to become accredited and licensed. In 9 months, I took that place to accreditation and licensure, and I also raised $250,000 to renovate the facility. So I'm a strong supporter of Dakota Pride, and I was having it. I know a lot about the treatment facilities and how to go about building them. So I would be the last person that would not want Dakota Pride to have a new facility. So I never said take it out of there. When when I said reevaluate your priorities. I wasn't speaking about the treatment center. And I just wanted to clarify that for you. I'm just saying that there's other things in here that maybe you should rethink in terms of, are they really in crisis? Are they at a crisis point? And I don't think some of them are. Or if you could wait and maybe allocate some of that money elsewhere. That's all I was saying. So I want to make that very clear. Because like I said, I've always been a strong supporter of quota prime. You ask any of the staff over there. Because I hired one.
Cooley?
We're talking about the treatment center, and I think one of the things I want to point out is that it's not just an alcohol facility. We're looking at it for long-term treatment for opioids. And we know prior to COVID what our community is struggling with, and we've been tasked, our communities, our districts have told us that you guys want us to work this issue out and to help our members deal with these types of addictions, and how do we help them long-term with long-term treatment. So prior to COVID, this was a huge issue with our elders. They came before us, they came to council and they said, this is what we want from you, this is what we're expecting from you. And we heard that. We're taking that into consideration. Meth addiction touches every single one of us in here. I feel confident I can say that. And we as leaders need to find a way to help combat that. And when we come, we're coming into this money, and I'm looking at it as, this is free money. And how do we leverage it the best way that we can leverage it? By meeting our immediate need as well as our long-term need. And so when we looked at this facility, and unfortunately we may not be able to complete the whole thing, but our vision for it would have been one wing is going to be our treatment, the second transitional housing, and that third component was our mental health. So it would be a facility that is going to help our people heal, you know, and help us with this long-term assistance for them. They need help, and how do we do that? Prior to COVID, we had no way to begin to build this, and now that we do, we're trying to be creative. We're trying to think outside the box. We're trying to meet that immediate need. Where in our planning, as it gets built, that will become available to those who have COVID, and so it would meet the immediate need of those. The numbers are increasing and down in the future, because remember when they first said this, we could be looking at this for 2 to 3 years. Although our funding has a deadline of December 30th, they're telling us we could still be in this COVID crisis for 2 to 3 years. So we're challenged here. We've got 14,000 members that we have to look out for. And no matter what we do, we're not going to be able to please everybody. So the best that we can do is take this money, let's look at it, how do we leverage it for our immediate need, responding to COVID, with the possibility when it's done, it can also be the secondary goal of ours, which is needed for our community. So I think we as council, I mean, we've thrown all kinds of ideas around. We've taken all kinds of things into consideration. We love our people, and we want to help them the best that we can. We want to help as many as we can. And unfortunately, we can't hand the money out individually. Like, we would love to do that. But like we've all come to an understanding, our hands are tied. We can't do that. So as leaders, how do we leverage what we have that's going to meet our immediate need and also into our long-term need?
Lake Travers?
Chairman, if you have nothing more, motion to approve the work.
Motion by Lake Travers,
Second.
second by Enemy Swim. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Curtis Bissonnette. Winfield Rondell Jr. Milton Owen. Cheryl Owen.
Yes.
Lisa Jackson. Louis Johnson. Tribal Vice Chairman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion.
Thank you. Motion by Lake Travers, second by Haifa to adjourn. We are adjourned.
sworn and sad. Here we go.